Good morning. Alright, so I now have parsers for both of my data formats. I still have to actually make requests to use those parsers. That's a little detail. I didn't even have that in the to-do list. I'll kind of want to select it one at a time. Oh, and one of the issues here is that right now, right, this is, I'll put that in this unlocked. The label is the checkbox. It's all part of the checkbox element. If I had it were, well, similar to character search, well, I don't necessarily want to do a time jump by selecting these, but the entire character tile. I guess we know. I don't know how recently I've updated data. We might still have some of them. Nope, I don't even have the server up. Oh, what? Okay. Hit back. I did not start a data server right now. Oh, I might actually need to do that. Because I was sometimes using that to set time range, which is a thing I need to work on. That was more for like browsing the animation layer. I guess I don't necessarily need more data, but it's usually just kind of part of the... Oh, I guess I didn't actually update menus today. Into work. Oh, and there was something. I don't know which server it was on. It might be a useful thing to report. Anyway, oh, actually, that's most of the way across. I mean, I could probably change how it uses the empty space here. So either we have to like translate it so that everything except the checkbox is what you would click on to get the details, or we have to have like some sort of button, like off to the side. It's like, yeah, view details. Which would definitely, and that would have the advantage of leaving us with a label in our checkbox here. I could probably even tie into this count, since when it's 0, there's not going to be a browse for it. So we could have that conditionally do that. Now I think I'm going to have to change. This might be part of this top row. I'm probably going to have to do it so it splits the entire button or entire row. This is an object search something. Object search valid, object search, no, not the search box. Well, show object result, okay. Objects, column, show matching objects. Show matching object. So row, lock, unlock, count. Yeah, so right now, show matching object is itself a column. Is that right? This might be an arbitrary object. Oh no, it's a column because it's the two stacked levels. So I need to make the top level a row with 2 bits that contains this. So it's probably going to take over this stuff, this padding. Oh, that row was to split this. Well, row kind of works. Row your boat. We didn't have a number before. Why don't we have a number before? That's a little bit disconcerting. Oh, you know what? You ended up centered, which is probably fine for what we're doing here. So I'm going to have to start breaking this out. Stick it into an L, and that L is doing different styling depending on whether it's there or not. I almost want to like just do completely different elements here. If index, then count text. We don't even need to do that. So it's the else case. Where really just say L. Always strike. Oh, it's L, not a container. So we were able to just wrap something in it. And something that was not there. Actually, I probably need to add that to my initial data because I'm going to be looking at this, how this displays with two different things. Also, you know what? I use OneTech to look up object IDs all the time. I should probably even let this accept numbers. But I have to drop to HTML titles. HTML attribute.title. Oh, with HTML attribute. Object. Show matching object. That's probably a good thing to have around the title somewhere. So object with swatch. Okay, you do have an ID here. We've got an L for the icon, and then title goes into straight up text. I'm pretty sure L, yeah, L is an int. String from int ID. Oh, yeah, we've got the inner attribute, we've got that attribute, we've got the entire HTML attribute. I could turn that into a function pipe series, although I think I'd need a function to do that nicely. Still, the parentheses are bothering me a little bit. We're still going to have a little bit of this going on. The plus plus is going to be easier to read there, which leaves those two parentheses. Okay, so now if we do Adobe Wall, I mean, I guess all of these are also things that are not things that are not indexed. I think that fixed Adobe is, well, no, it would never have been. It was simply never indexed. This is one that's going to be there because it's not. It's always going to be too common. So 155. Where was I setting up my hacks here? I think it's the initial model. Yeah. I should almost have a thing for this. Uh, so that was 155. Oop. Hit some Windows thing. No, I interrupted it. Oh no, not initial model. It's object search. All right, so now we have something that is found and something that is not found, or indexed and not indexed. Da, 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 da. And we've got that. I mean, I guess I could probably, but most people aren't going to care about that. This is just a little trick for the technical people. Notes. And one other thing I do is I go to a URL in OneTech to figure out what the object is. Going to URL timestamp. That's another thing that get fixed. Object search by ID. Player search by ID. I mean, really, that would just be adding it to the search box. I think the API does that fine. But that is something I have to translate all the time. All right. So this is going to be. Another communication problem here. So one of these is going to be a button. One of the ways you often do that is you do like the arrow over. But there's going to be no arrow in the case of not indexed. So this is object with swatch, and where you're used. We go down here. This is just a count. I'm going to probably have to do something comparable with the non-indexed one size-wise. And I think I want to take all of this stuff. That turns awkward. You don't have any. Do we have color stuff here? We've got a model, so we can get it. Show object result. Show matching object. This might actually be something I was always changing about buttons. Okay, how about you? Background at color palette.control. Oh, I guess it could be a disabled button, couldn't it? That would make it comparable. Right, because we were kind of reusing stuff here. Matching object. Objects. I want to duplicate all this. That's kind of what I did up there. You're not going to be width fill. This needs to be like a fixed width thing. That's optional styles. Do you have a border? I'm not sure about that. This would really be nothing for now. And then the label. You probably could be center X. Well, if the button's going to shrink, I guess that won't matter. What did I do? Oh, I was maybe trying to start turning that into something else. Okay, that's very, very tight. So that would be like actually height fill? Yes. And you probably need a little bit of padding. How does that interact with height fill? I can't really see the with or without. Seems to be accounting for the padding, I think. And what was I doing? Well, we got the disabled a little bit. Label. I'm probably going to want to apply some different styling here. Which means you are going to be a row, because we're going to have columns, essentially. And I might want to get an icon for that. And with the CDN set up such as it is, you often want to do that ahead of time. That would work. I was kind of thinking more of the bare one. There's one direction. There's both directions. Forward kind of works. Okay, so I wasn't actually keeping this. We're replacing that. And what we're really looking at is this one, which I may have made some changes to. Yeah, I need a source console. Actually, I guess well, this is what I'm more likely to modify. Okay, so I had not been making any title modifications, or I forgot to do so last time I was doing it. And one of the things I want to do is try and get that out ahead of time. Well, I do keep forgetting to check if that accepts the cache buster parameters. Okay. So now we should be able to say icon forward. Yes. Which already has slightly better spacing. I almost want to have like something that's the same width as an icon without appearing. But what was I doing for data button disabled? Padding, palette background, font color divider, unpressed nothing. That was really it. Oh, did I lose? I guess I technically lost in a line right up here. Because it used to be that and that attribute. Alright, what's your complaint? Probably we had a parenthesis there before? Also, where's my... Because you weren't indented enough, I guess. And that was the closing parenthesis for this entire thing. Except differential space. What's some long objects? Ooh. I wonder if that behaved better in the old version. Because that was all in the same row. The row had fill. Well, no, this thing is all in a row that has fill too. Is there a max width? Or maybe just truncate properties? Well, I want to make sure that the name like fills but limits. Width fill, fill portion, add a maximum, but that's in absolute units. I can't. Well, I have a width for this thing, right? But I don't necessarily. Problem is I don't know how big the number is going to be here. So this applies row, column. Oh, do you need to be a column? Well, look, it's a column because it has two rows. Okay. Oh, to fill. Was this in fact 300? Oh. Data filter. Okay. So we've done maximums before. Oh, so sidebar is actually 330. Oh, and that redid the truck. What would be a typical size for this? 54? Up here, please. Up here, please. Oh. So that's not truncating the text. And this could actually be over a little bit. Except that this could be wider. So I really need you to I need an element here so that I can more easily align this. I guess I just need an element. That's not how alignment works. Yes, it is. Element message needs to be a function. Oh no, I would take this and put it into there. No, actually, it's fully parenthesized. Actually, that probably did work. Just don't have the pipe there. Maybe that was just already. Maybe that was not quite to the sidebar before. So now I'm a little bit torn because this is technically cutting out information here. Okay, I'll give you a way to see the whole thing. What do you do? Is this going to be... Could that be a font thing? What's it called in HTML? Overflow? Clip. Ain't no place. Uh, eh, 40 minutes-ish. I usually wouldn't take one here, but it's always good to get up and stretch. And actually, my water's almost gone, too. I might need one soon. I'm thirsty today. Probably didn't drink enough yesterday. So there is show matching object. I might need to do some of this to locked object as well. That's okay. I mainly put that in there for oxygen not included, where I can forget to take breaks. I'm gonna have to get water soon, though. That'll be a reminder enough of itself. Yeah, well, yeah, and only often forget to drink as well. So. Well, there you go. Okay, we've got seeds, so these carrots need to get pulled. Oh my.
At least I don't think they'll play. Why would I have Song Quest enabled for an RPG? Okay, now we're gonna go get the treasure.
You don't get surrounded.
Come and get. Run him through.
That customer has been served.
Right down.
Here we go. Waiting for you. We can feel the long road ahead. Final customer. Let's show them dedication.
Let's show them our dedication to service.
Meters filled to burst.
Yeah.
It's always good to save regularly.
Sports, talented with the arts, she was a tragic heroine who died at 18. When did she die? Like 25 years ago. There was a student named Aya that went here 15 years ago, wasn't there? Who knows? I'm busy. Just get out of here. Yeah, fine. I leave the school. Granted, he wouldn't know anyway, because teachers have to move schools every 5 years. I wore myself out walking everywhere.
And we're back. Nice full glass. So that's the label. Oh. Okay, well, maybe that has to be with the width. This is a map for 1 Hour One Life. I'm looking at some old data right now, but if we go in here, we should start seeing the outlines of an old town. And particularly what I'm working on is being able to do object searches from beyond the level where you could normally see object detail. Now, if there's a lot more of these things, or maybe you haven't like gotten all the way out, what I'd like to be able to do is jump over to the detailed results and kind of jump around to them, you know, kind of at a closer zoom to where you can see what's going on. So I've got to get these buttons set up to get to some sort of interface to do that. Okay, that was that. All right, so smashed. All right, so that still happily fills off to whatever. That's okay. I mean, if I didn't want to talk to people about it, I just wouldn't stream and just go off, do it by myself. Well, I mean, well, yeah. It's like you could, but maybe you don't actually enjoy the process of learning how to do it. You know, like I thought it'd be cool to be able to just kind of sit down and play the harp when I'm not, you know, just to kind of relax, but like actually practicing all the time to learn how to do that, I couldn't quite keep up with. Or the people who want to be a writer but don't actually want to write or don't enjoy the process of writing. Yeah, it does. I have a harp. I haven't touched it in years. Saying I can play is dubious at this point. And even then, I had like very limited songs where I could kind of follow along from the. Well, that would involve me actually getting back into it and figuring out a camera setup that worked for it too. As it is, I want to do more coding. I want to make more progress on the games. I need to make money. So I would have to make time for that as well. Now, since I'm doing fixed width here, I could make an allocation. Yeah. So I guess clip doesn't do anything if you've got width fill. Now, I probably was somewhat purposefully allowing these to extend so you could see this. Hopefully there's not going to be too many cases where we overflow, but like this one it's like with steel, that was kind of an important detail. I guess I could also try to be fancy and change the font size as, you know, do a rough estimate of how big it is and change the font size. Yeah, I don't want to do a scroll bar on that because having a scroll bar for every single thing would be kind of wonky. I just want to do these like fixed position and then. Well, I apparently need to have 4737 as a test case as well. Uni professor? Well, I guess that could be. No. I need model. Four 737. That could probably even take over for this one. Well, no, because yeah, they both show the button. Well, like I said, if I wanted to not be interrupted, I would just turn off the stream. Well, I feel like we just have to do a fixed width. Actually, is this even width fill with the maximum? Or is this just a width? No, you're ending it properly on that side. That's where we want you to be. That's cool. Tables, fill, width fill, fill portion. Width and height picks. It's this, actually, yeah, that's this column. Maybe I need to apply this up here. That's the maximum. 18 different, oh jeez. Okay, yep, that does it. I'm kind of not thrilled about the loss of truncating things. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-ish characters to full width. Let's see, we applied... Actually, we are kind of applying a font size to this, aren't we? No, not directly. You're getting a slightly different size. So row, that was the attribute. Well, thanks for the thought. I'm not into fake metrics, though. Well, I said fake metrics. I mean, I guess it's somebody who cares. There's that. So we've got a title width. There's probably some sort of string length. I would have to decide how big of an area we want to call that. So like 200 divided by string length. Length. Oh, that is if we're scaling. So this is going to be what is at a font size needs to have a maximum. Actually, we would use a minimum to clamp it. Oh, we don't have a clamp, do we? We do have a clamp. Well, no, we're doing this to the number that goes into the font dot size. Clamp number. We should probably have a minimum size too. What are we? I don't know. Just like our default font size. This is used a lot. Oh, there's might be scaled, so it's kind of hard to say. That's a big one. Tab header. Show up. Yeah, it's doing scaled, so it's kind of hard to say what the actual. I could do that. Column scaled. Oh, This is for this thing is that. But it's not applying that to show matching objects. Locked object list header. Maybe it's 16? Nope, did not compile. Oh, are you a maybe? Oh, integer division. Okay, that was a wee bit aggressive. Actually, font size might be the wrong expression for this. Or maybe 16 was the... No, because that's just going to make it smaller. So that's the division, and... that's how long the string was. Oh, got a lot of data updates in there. Length 14, size 17. Wow, I'd swear that this was... I probably want to apply it only to this, too. Because that's getting applied to the icon as well. That's 17, that's like tiny. Oh, no, length 42, actually that might be, actually yeah, no, that's probably 42.5. We're clamping it to 8. But simply width divided by font size is not correct. So the font size is probably not a good stand-in for... And I could probably come up with an arbitrary number that does this. There's probably some adjustment in, technically speaking, in terms of how that relates to... how the font size relates to the space taken up. Typo. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's probably actually getting close. Yep, we didn't compile yet. So we actually did get a little bit truncated there. So that's kind of an arbitrary number. It's technically still a little truncated. Oh, some of the other ones have longer names. So that does not shrink fast enough. Now, did I get a proper reload here? Yeah, okay. Seems to cover most of them. Oh. Right, because font size is integer. And once you get down at the smaller end of things, one step is a lot. Well, I'm debating if I got my font size correct here. Yeah, and I think I did not. $20 is the actual value coming from who knows where. Probably a scaled somewhere. That probably ends up being about 200, so maybe that's be a 2x effectively. Okay, we can display that. Button does nothing. Hopefully that's, I mean, I guess we have the default button effects. That was there too. Hopefully that's faded enough. So we can get a message back to the app to do something. And we have to do all of that stuff. Well, I was looking at the fact that we spend a lot of time futzing with this stuff. All right, so I left the zip file there. Get the new icon. Notes, simple defs, testing updates, which we'll be kind of leaving in there for now. Or no, I think I've not been committing model. Yep. Git add source view. Yeah, it's just that. Yeah, I might want to not have the arrow on the disabled one too. Anyway, so somewhere we had like select matching life. Oh, select matching object is what was checking it. There's going to be more like toggle matching object, first of all. Toggle tall fade, okay, and then select matching object, which will make the main very mad at me. All right, so now we've got namespace. That was kind of, well, that was kind of a toggle too. So let's matching object. Yeah, you're just only the object ID. And somehow we duplicated 2 lines. Now we're not handling a case. So for now, we could in fact do... we use the checked field here, don't we? Yeah. We could temporary this in, just so there's code here. We haven't sent it yet. Details. What was some code we were doing there? Well, it was matching object. What's the method name? I should probably find about where we're doing this stuff. And mark that. On press, nothing. Too much shorthand. Okay, message getting through. Now, I guess before fetching, I could set this up as just model state that I want it to end up looking like to test the other view. I think it's going to have to be in their tab down here, or just some kind of exit button from a substate. I guess part of the problem with doing this is that I probably eventually want to do that from here as well. Or maybe just leave this as locked management, and it always goes back to here. So what are we going to have? We're going to have a list of, well, in one state it is points. We're only going to have one thing selected at a time. We might want to kind of hang on to some recent ones in case they come back. If we're in time mode, those things are going to have times associated with them. If we're not, they're not. I guess I got to associate them with the current time. Remember the time at which that time step was known. So that would make the static image still have a time. Oh, and I did the parser such that it had a constructor. Did it provide a record? What's the object ID? Yes, it did. And the states used those. Oh, and I never pushed the constructor thing all the way out to this. Okay. Well, that should be fine. Except that I have to have a list of potentially either. Because those are two different types. So object search term, actually, we knew that these were at the bottom. Matching objects, selected matching objects is what's checked. Locked objects is what's locked. We have the object we are currently viewing, and we have the data about its position. Oh, this is the actual, okay. This is not the type definition. You might be affected by remote data, but really the data we're viewing is going to be the remote data part. This is just whether we're in focus mode or not. So that needs to set focus mode, but actually... Oh, you know what? Doing a list operation on this is going to give me a maybe. You know, it's list.head. So that in the future should cause us to display something different. Yeah, so if I think of this as a tab, now I guess these are buttons. I could have it be a disabled button when there's no, or it could go back to the last focus. But that would mean, well, that would mean tab and is there a focus? Then clicking this would do two things, and one of the ways you could come back would be to go here. Possibly some sort of exit that would jump back to here, just for convenience. And I have to figure out what all the UI for actually working with it looks like. Yeah, if you haven't selected an object, then that would be an invalid selection. I guess we could do the disabled button thing. That would give you some communication about the fact that you're in a mode here. Otherwise, it's going to be like a sub-mode of this, and the only thing to do is like close out. Object list mode. Locked objects. Focus object. Locked. Tab header. You're icon, aren't you? Wait, so search. Oh, that was number locked. That's why it was variable. What is the word for this? I guess a sub thing wouldn't have to have a word for it. I also think I've got a target, but I don't think that icon works. Browse. Now I'm curious. Now I need to go back to here. Yeah, nothing. Nothing great. I mean, I guess you could consider it a folder of the results. Then we need to have a message for clicking on that button. Oh, no, it's a message of the type. And maybe that's more like browse objects. Not. I'm gonna be very mad about the compile right now, because that keeps it in the plural. Model.objectListMode. Okay, yes, current value and palette. Oh, we hit double here somewhere. Missing possibilities. Okay, and then we have to case this. We case this somewhere else. Wow. Is it empty? Is it none? Yeah, it's a little bit tight, and it could probably get tighter, a lot tighter, if you lock a whole bunch of things. All right, so now we need a whole new render set for this. I guess for the view perspective, browse objects. The show locked objects got the list. Object Finder didn't. I'm not quite sure why I did that. Probably going to be a little bit simpler of a display. More like this? Oh, so actually we had show matching objects, show locked objects, but we had a special header for the search bar in the other one. Oh, and the show blah 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 had was where you had list object ID. Okay. Which we don't have that list yet. I guess for printing purposes, we could reuse something else. And actually, this does just implement show locked object right now. And we want to default to that view. Do you mean like today or ever? For this project? For this like for this feature? I mean, this is one of those things that could go on forever. I'd like to rewrite the time bar. This is kind of a stand-in. I want to. If you've seen the two-level charts where you have like a thing for all time and a way to focus an area, I want to do something like that, showing like the resets and spans and updates and things. Let's see. Those are bug fixes. It's not super easy to use right now. For the light view, town cluster labels would be nice. I need to figure out a better way to center it. I kind of ended up doing that. Tap out radiuses be nice. Clearing out fired objects would be nice. There's historical resets, but that doesn't seem to be a big concern. Biome graphics. Bookmarking more than just some static things. So there's a lot of stuff. Oh, and there's some really ugly bits of code too. Oh, and there's all the rendering optimization exercises. Which there could be a lot of interesting stuff there. Because it can kind of chug at times right now. But maybe it won't maintain my attention that long. We've been looking at matching objects, so wherever that is, it's going to be there. Okay, yes, that's in Browse. Now, that button could be disabled if we don't have anything to browse. Which we currently have no facility to do that. So we're going to need an enabled option for tab header eventually. I could almost say that would apply to locked if there was no locked objects either. Show browse objects. So locked object header. We could have a convenience close button. Well, I guess the header here could say close on it, on the side button too, or remove. Row. Yeah, we just did none. Yeah, and then being too big. You should be styled though. And let's see, that would be this entire thing. As long as that doesn't like underline the entire line. Okay. I'm assuming we're going to have some kind of header. But I don't know what's going to be here right now. And we are definitely not going to have... We're not going to have a clear button, that's for sure. All right, so other play, show browse. All right, show locked object. So you're not going to have a remove button. You probably are going to have buttons though. Possibly. Oh no. I might have. Maybe the header would have like forward and back. And then we could like show. As long as the header could have the name, so we might need more context information here. This is not going to be a standard little object line. This is basically going to be, I guess we would just show the coordinates, and then we have to see about timestamp for other things and how that's going to work. But I drank a bunch of water earlier, so I need my own break. Be back in a bit. Yeah.
But I'm the kind of person who likes to max out stats. Okay, so I must not have assigned that one before, and this I messed up on. Okay, oh, we're not at full speed. There we go.
And I still gotta get a boar. Hey, Chibi! Hi! Let's go to the inn and rest. Oh crap.
En als het 1. Ik ga even naar de wc, zo terug.
Oké. Klik, 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 klik.
We're all in trouble. Kronos is going full wrath mode. I got the lava flowing. I got the lava flowing. I got the lava, got the lava, got the lava, got the lava flowing. Got the lava, got the.
And we're back. Yeah, so I see a lot of this type of stuff. Well, let's see. So the button. No, we don't have a button. Well, we're going to have buttons of some sort. Where is the object ID with swatch? Object name parts. So it's like some of this would actually move into our title line. Which was what? Oh, you're not used anywhere yet. You're used here, browse object list header. And you see this has different parameters. This needs to have an ID for the thing. Well, we can get that out of the model. Hey, we see. How's it going? But that's going to be a maybe. You kind of shouldn't end up here if there's nothing. Maybe this entire. Probably this entire tab should have a higher level thing that's like, is there anything selected? And then it could pass down ID to other things. So I think this is the other stuff. So let's see. So you don't need that. We need that. We're going to need this somewhere. Will that just be kind of the entire header? Maybe I need that as a heading. I am working on a map for 1 Hour 1 Life, which is a game that publishes some data. Although it started with just reproducing the biome algorithm, which, ironically enough, the seed is now unavailable. What I'm doing now is that I have the ability to search for objects on the map, and I'm adding indexes that can be used at, because originally I just used the stuff used to display this close-in data, which is tiled. And I can kind of see it loading in now. Maybe that's actually just where the road's cut off. And now I'm adding higher level indexes that can find things at large scales. But now we need all the UI to say, well, okay, you search for these things. Now we want to go over here and actually see the list of all the locations and kind of go through them. I still have to go fetch the data for that, but I'm not going to be able to see the results until I have UI, so I'm doing some UI stuff first. I don't actually have anything to put in the list here yet, but I need a page to be thinking about what I need to put there. So we might want to have this kind of thing as like a heading line. So this was a single row. Oh, you know, you see, this was the header. Well, this is the header, but this is a very simple header. So this is like a, see, so that set the font size for the heading. This is probably going to be that lower level heading. Some of the padding and spacing. I think we're going to column. Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard to describe all of the things going on here. I mean, the main view is based on Leaflet.js, which is a standard open source library. I'm coding in Elm, which is doing like all the sidebar and a lot of the data management stuff. And then I'm kind of in the middle of working on Elm, which is a functional compiled JavaScript language with, let's see, functional, immutable, static type system. And it's probably not the right technical word. Static and dynamic get thrown around for different purposes at times. So we're going to have one row that's that. And actually, they're going to be the second row, because I think we want to put this first. And we have to adjust a bunch of stuff. All right, so let's have a button here. Maybe a back button. I did Elm for one job. Other one I'm working on is mostly just JavaScript stuff right now. So that was that row. And then this was the text. Object name parts, adders. I must have done some processing to adders, but I actually probably don't care about that much detail in this case. Oh yeah, adders to text. Palette equals, oop, we copied our in here. And then our function signature changed. So this entire thing, model.focus object is a maybe. It's going to be focusing on an ID, in which case we do this. Or it can be nothing, which is where you basically have a null in a standard language. Where is the restrictions? Yeah, so it's basically going to be a thing like this. Actually, I could have actually just said is nothing there, but this is more standard. All right, so make this look all nice. So you're just going to say you somehow got here with either no object is selected, or no data available. All right, is that compilable? Well, no, I still have to pass the ID, right? Object list mode, no focus object. Oh, come on. Objects is plural, but that's an easy fix. No, actually, this is only a no object selected. The list will be blank if there's no data. Okay, I could almost say center that for this screen. Doesn't really line up with anything. That centralized lines text. Oop. Line right, line left. Alignment. Center X. I might have to add fill on here too. Oops. Which means everything up to that might have to be fill. All right, what are you inside? Width fill, height fill. One thing about using the library here is that it's kind of hard to tell the structure of things work. But I mean that. Oh, probably. You see, I generally have that. Well, that's object name, right? Object with swatch. Select object. So the text part, title text. Oh, we made it exactly that width for the other thing. Oh, it's only changing the font size. Not actually making it that width. So there's the icon, there's the text. We're scaling it for that. Well, I don't want to fight with it. HTML. I can certainly offset it. So the title itself, I need to know what my columns look like before I can really determine that. So this is the header. Now I need to know what I'm looking at. And what I'm looking at first, well, this is going to depend on, now this is going to depend on what kind of mode we're in. I guess that could affect the header too, couldn't it? Maybe they could both switch on the appropriate place. Oh, that is a list.map of a thing. So that might actually be a different type. In which case it might have a different header. Sure, no. And in our model, was originally data animated. Well, I guess I could just go with the static data and worry about switching that later. List.map, show locked object. The key object, we're going to the log objects. Did I start? I did start doing this. It's just an object. It's this is not going to be just an object ID because it's going to be, you're going to have actual data somewhere. Now we could take the object ID once and, well, this is good. Yes, the top level is going to have to figure out what list we're using. Otherwise, you have to like pass down an index or something. And this is going to be you, which you're going to have to bring in from the pars. And we'll eventually need log. Maybe I want my application to have data for that. We shall see. And you are a record, which is like, This is an IDXY record, which once we know which ID it's for, we don't need everything. Oh, and actually you're a full object record. I probably do want to process this. There are other purposes for that parser where we need all that stuff. We can probably get by with some kind of, well, that could just be a pair. If I had the data have a place for the time, it'd kind of be a useless field, but we'd be able to use the same code. All right, so this code is still written for this. So what we're going to end up with is these will individually be remote data. This is a dict to remote data. Doing it that way will let us represent the loading status of individual items. Of some kind of type. We have any other little helper types here? Got center, config, life, server, Yeah, span data. All our little internal switches. So this could be a type in the same style. Maybe Can I load the parts of something while aliasing it? Apparently not. So I probably want to make sure to use a sufficiently different name that could still import. Well, I could import pars and it would be pars.key, which is probably a better way to go about that anyway. Is that an option for us? Well, no, we were going to try to use one type. For this is a browse location. And since it's only a few fields, we could just do it this way. So that means I would have to give it some kind of time, which might be a little bit hard to organize. Or I could leave that out for now and circle back to that when we get to the actual times. Okay, data definition is fine. Is a dict of object ID to remote data of list browse location. And we're going to be using it at different levels, so it's hard to say if there's a particular part of this that could perhaps be aliased out. It's like we're going to deal with browse locations, we're going to deal with maybe list the browse locations. There's going to be dictionary lookup, remote data lookup. It's going to be a royal mess. And this is something we actually are going to have to fetch. So there's going to be a dict dot... no. We could initialize it with dummy data for testing, initial rendering testing. We eventually will have to look it up. Singleton works. So you are of an object ID, which the object ID we're looking at right now, 4654. And that could be an actual location. To the value, which is a remote data, which is going to be, we're going to say we have data, which is a list of browse locations. And if we're not jumping to it, although I could probably find something 50,000 and 16,000. Hunden, thank you for the follow. I'd like watch me type in numbers. All right, does that type check? No. Okay, so we typoed the type signature of this. Needs 0 arguments, but I see 1 instead. Oh, right, so dict is actually just 2 arguments. Inline, okay, so that type checks. So now, if that's our focus object, which I guess since we've got this literal in here, we should do that. Well, no, eventually we can have it fetched, so that's fine. So now that view has something it can work with. And we also know that you are going to be a browse location. So we don't have that stuff. Let's see, column was to do the buttons. I might have some kind of buttons here, and I can go fetch them elsewhere. Oh no, column was to contain the 2 rows. So this button is only in the top thing here. Was that? I don't even have to have 2 rows right now. So column was for 2 rows. We don't need a column right now. We might have a row of multiple things. Maybe when I get to times, I'll have a 2 row set up. Oh, do I have any top level attributes I cared about? Nah. Maybe that one. I might want to do the odd ID down here for getting the swatch. Although I embedded this in here, so I might have to extract that as well. So we have X string from int your text. We're going to have something very similar to get a Y somewhere. This could also be string concatenated, but we've got a row here. List object, yeah, the place where we call this. All right, so now we have to do all the fun of decoding that thing. Oh, you got a list of things. Do I want to deal with turning you into a list here? Because that does a lot of decoding at this thing, which is really just saying, what do we display here? Locked objects. You had your internal processing for it. We've already got the model. Okay. So model. Was it browse objects? browse objects, is the dictionary. In the dictionary, we may or may not, and I guess we have to deal with the not at some point, find, model.focus ID. Which we've already decoded here, get ID. That is a maybe because it might not be in there. Might not even have an entry yet. I almost think I should have little sub things for these pages just so I can get this out of line here. So if that maybe defaults, we have to go render something. If it's not, it's a remote data. Oh, so we can map maybe dot with default to remote data's not available. I don't know if not available is the correct answer, or actually, isn't there a not requested? So now we have a remote data, and I think that had something similar. Yeah, remote data with default. So only if there's data. Actually, I could do useful messaging here. Don't I have some kind of show loading? But I only do this if we're already in a loading situation. I don't have a generic version of this. I could probably just do the loading text in this case. I don't actually use the value for anything. Well, error if it's error, but we don't do that. That was obviously derived from something more complicated. Show error, which is just which does use the derived data to do something interesting. Show life result. Maybe we should handle. Let's see. That's an individual basis, but this is on the bulk basis of that stuff, and that's got its own loading anyway. Let's see, so remote data, this is just either do something or do a default. So if we have data, we want to map it over that. This might deserve a subfunction. To get this into the flow, we have to do this. All right, so not requested, not requested none, not available none. We could possibly put something there. Show error, you need to be this stuff. So not available actually just means not available. So this would be the case if the ID was not in there, or if we had determined not available is definitely going to be an answer. And maybe it should be something more like this. Actually, I guess I don't need this other font size because we only have one row. Is there... In some projects, I have had a message sub-message helper. Two-part message. Is what we use for show error. No. So now we had a show loading there. Did we not? No, because we had it inline. Show browse objects. You're not necessarily a two-part message, but we could probably use that. Loading might be unique enough. Oop. That was not a shift. It ends up being a one-part message. And maybe that should be a none. There might be another kind of no data available. I guess I'm concerned about having wrong information here, although blank is not going to be super helpful. Okay, so locations. Well? Oh, we lost the equal sign when we were editing this. Oh, that needs to be dict.get. List element message. Oh, the previous brands are element message. So... Oh, this was a column. So we actually do need a list. But these are all returned elements. So you're easy to fix. These, I guess... No, column is a singular object. Well, it's a list of objects, right? Even you have to be a list. And you actually do translate to a full-on list. Okay. And we've done something wrong. So this looks like not requested to me. Or it's the maybe failing, or one of those things. Yes, that's not requested, which is, incidentally, this is supposed to be centered, right? No, it was in a centered thing. What's two-part message? Column center X. So this takes care of center X, which we probably need fills and things all the way up. Width fill, height fill. So I was putting you in an L, center X, center Y. You probably need all the fills. Nope, that does it. So why are we getting not requested? We can try this to see if it's the maybe. Okay, it's the maybe. Model.browse objects. So I don't know if that's going to be something very, very, very browsable. I'm on a let block here currently. Oh, no, this has to be inside the just. Actually, if we're going for this, no, we can go here. Okay, dix.fromList 4654. Oh, and I still got my other length and size things in here. Spamming us. All right. See, I could center that. If I extract swatch, I could throw that in there. This entire thing will have to be a button, and actually, yeah, doing this as separate elements, although some of this is padding and spacing things. I mean, I guess I don't have to use a comma as a separator. I could put them in two different, like, background boxes or something. Show browse object. So is that inheriting padding? Is that what's happening? That's a row. So the row doesn't want spacing. An individual column wants spacing. Or at least that part of it doesn't want spacing. So maybe we want to do something more like spacing 8, and then you have a sub-row, which way you probably just have no spacing. In case we add more elements in here. Like, how much does it take to do a swatch? Object color, icon locate. It's not that bad. I do have to get the ID down there, though. Swatch. All right, now we can sort of start to think about the show browse. Is it show browse header? Browse object list header. So the swatch is the swatch. Oh, I could probably arrange to put these in actual columns. They're probably gonna be like half that. And probably actually align right. Something? Okay, yeah, we're gonna need more than that. Actually, I guess if that's a line right, it's kind of hard to tell where the elements are. No, that's a line left. I probably need text a line left. Because you're saying that that element is that wide. So that should be aligned within its container. Font dot align right. Okay. Okay, this is old. I think we're already one more digit here. Maybe that's too much. All right, and then show browse object. So we've got this, which we have to fiddle with the width. So you're a text, which has to be in an L to be width pix 200 font dot align right. Okay, well, we don't need you, hopefully. So that's not font size. We're using raw pixels. But that's like an entire column off. Oh, 200. You want an entire column off? Oop, not rebuilt yet. So if those are the same width, which why are they kind of not? Oh no, I did 80. 100 looked like too much. Catch the rebuild. And what do we say you were, 16? That might actually be, no, these are over farther. You have the L containing the icon. Was it? Okay, you've got maybe different padding and oh, you've got spacing 10. No, that didn't do it. I just had some editing, like maybe kind of as it was going. No. Maybe it's this thing. Maybe it's the exterior. Because so you've got, you're a row. No, you're a. See, a column has rows. No, you're a row, padding 6, spacing 10. Yeah, that makes it worse. Although as padding at this level would be a little bit different. Could it be width fill? Still, we're doing exact sizes. Yeah. What is? There's a thing I keep forgetting about. I'm not sure how many levels this goes to. I think I kind of need this. And oh, no, we've got this row, which is padding spacing, and then this row, which has its own spacing. So this is like one level above. So this one was at this level. Oh, so you're including this. This is, I'm applying all this stuff. Well, I mean, these widths kind of have to be there. Right, so the way I'm doing this, I actually don't want this extra level in here. Or the way I ended up doing it is columns. So that's part of the weirdness. We had all the differential padding and things. Oop. That lost our explain. And we might need an extra level for the padding and stuff. Yes, the top is getting some padding from outside. At this level. Well, you've got the column. See, the column has rows. You actually almost don't even need that. Although it probably gave us some, yeah, some setback, but really that could be, I mean, you've got padding 6 too. But you're a row with a row. Which we are not using here. Oh no, we have the swatch with title. And then the row with this stuff, and that row with that stuff has padding 6. So that would be the equivalent of this doing padding 6. So you've got 3 levels, you've got like 1. So this much is the equivalent of that much. So really, well, that would bring them closer, but we've still got the padding outside. And still they are not aligned. You've got a different spacing model. Oh, it looks like this is actually extending outside the width here a little bit, but things are lining up okay, so that's not too bad. And probably not truncating its contents. All right, so so we're treating that as the entire heading. This thing wants some padding. Well, actually, the elements might want padding too. Once we know how to apply it uniformly. Although, and really we have to see it without the explain to see how it's going to look. That's adding a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, so we need some top-bottom padding. Yeah, this brings this closer too. So we were applying it to here, and we were applying it to here to have uniform things happen. And you don't actually need the 2 rows here. I probably modified this from something else where that structure was important. So the column does the delivery truck and the header. That gets us back to the rows being equivalent. And then we have to turn this thing into some kind of button so it's selectable. Which might throw off our layout some more. So a life result does the whole button thing. Need to have a second level of focus. That could get awkward. Okay, oh, that's the sub buttons. Oh, no, so button, button. Label show matching life detail. So like the broad part of it's that. We've got the sub buttons off to the side. Which I guess now that I think of it, maybe I should have done that style for the detail for parody. And the side buttons, which, well, no, if I have like back and forward, it's probably going to be like in the header or something. This would be to show this particular one. So just an input button on press. Label is pretty much the entire row. Might be easier to track it. But then this thing, actually, this thing doesn't actually use model. It does use ID. Although maybe it will come to use model later. And then you don't need the full breakdown. Oh, you're going to have to pass the whole location. For now, it's going to have to be a nothing, because we don't have a life here. So we have all of that. This should hopefully just make it a button, and the coloration part we're going to have to work on. Okay, so your container has to be width fill. I mean, we might have to keep going up for a while. There we go. So that was kind of enough of a struggle. We did do real model changes, so we're going to have to commit that. I copied you from somewhere, right? But there was more stuff there originally. Some of those two-part messages, 2-part I mean map UI, not view. Not requested. This is the one where we're not really sure what should happen there. No data available probably means something like very common, or maybe even extremely common. Not requested is, we don't know. Oh, and I kind of put this in here because it was none before, and I wanted to make sure that I was trying to check what was happening. We'll see if that ever flashes up. But obviously didn't have to do any data fetching. Oh, I guess we could look into... Man, getting into this view involves fetching the data. All right, so we set up a button. Now we have to have the button. Actually, having the button do something might not be too bad, although we might have to do a just kind of setting the map. This won't be too different from selecting a life. Select matching life. Select. Oh. Yeah, it's going to have to be like. Well, it's going to be like select matching. Browse location? It's not even matching, it's just select browse location. We will know the object ID. I don't know if that's useful. Well, it's going to be the same as our focus. And then we have a browse message. No, we did not. Well, there's did we turn select matching object into that? All right, then it's going to complain that we don't handle it. Which this isn't even the right code here yet. Browse location. I guess we're going to go ahead and pull this apart. So we have an ID to work with here. Okay, that compiles. So this would be like unto select matching life. That's setting a focus. Possible server change. Well, this only is big server 2. I haven't really dealt with what happens if you try to mix those. So, unfortunately, this has our bar. That's a time range. This is not going to be a time range. Although I might have to do something to make sure the time range includes this. No, we're only this only searches in certain time ranges, so we probably just want to leave that alone. That probably has to be something. No, actually, these may eventually do something here, and then this syntax isn't even valid if you're not updating a property. Although they're probably going to have the focus thing, but I can't even have this syntax here. So this doesn't really change time yet. That would be that could also be a thing later. And focus currently works on lives. So I need to have a message to send here. And now what am I doing with this? Yeah, focus marker, birth X, birth Y, name. We've got a search overlay. Set map time to birth time. So I could make this an explicit, like X, Y label. Now it'd become kind of an optional time. But we think when we get to log things, we will have to set times. Probably better to have it be a separate message so we can handle it differently if we want to. It's just going to look this should perhaps get renamed though. Focus. Okay, compiles. Now I probably toggle the search overlay depending on life stuff. And is it really just going to be focus a point on the map? So I could actually do this with just set view. Well, no, because I want to put a marker up. Although we'll have a marker. So set view might actually be a little bit of a template. Oh, what are we going to pass? It might eventually be a browse location, which is not necessarily a point. We don't currently import model into here. We export point. It could just be X, Y, and eventually T, and label. The label might require looking up the object name again. Maybe this one doesn't have a label. This is like set view and put a marker down and possibly set time. Although that can be done in a separate message. Map UI. You know, it's not going to be focus life anymore because that wouldn't get changed. Inner is going to be XY, and we can't do that. Oh, interesting. I was sending current time, but focus life was also doing time. And if we're going to do this, we might almost want to build that in too. Oh, I have to expose you. Oh, we did, okay. So that compiles. So that would say command not known. Oh no, we already did select browse location. Okay, so that is not getting through. Oh, but did we actually call it? No. Browse object on press nothing. So browse location, location. Unknown message. Now, search overlay may have been implicitly the life search overlay, so that's the thing we have to think about. And we've got a focus marker. No pop-up. Add to search overlay. Open. There's no pop-up to open. And there's no map time. Oh, we got those crossed up somewhere. Oh, no, this is because Leaflet does its coordinates the other way. And I just wasn't paying attention. There might not actually be anything here. Because I just kind of picked a point around where I was looking, which is actually kind of in the middle of nowhere. If we wanted a better example, there's two of them here. That's going to be somewhere around there. Although, I guess we're kind of moving past the point where we need... Hopefully we'll be moving past the point where we need constant data soon. I might go over there, out in the middle of nowhere, and jump. And this is not turning on search overlay. What about my other process does that? Okay, that's an explicit process to add it. Oh, maybe we... Right. If you're in the mode to select a life, you have all the points that got selected. This would basically go to object search overlay, I guess. Is that a layer name? No. Object overlay. There we go. So what was that one? Okay, so that's focus behavior. And maybe a forward backward would be good. Oh, what we're not tracking is highlighting the current entry. That might be kind of nice. Let's see. So the other truck will be right next to it. That's negative. That'd be negative 53. All right, so we've also been calling this thing focus in here. And I called this, yeah, focus object ID versus, well, let me put like focus Focus location. All right, get me just the bare word. You probably set this up for a replace. Okay, so you don't happen very many times. Probably like, yeah, only once here. Okay. So now go into model. Focus location. Which is, yeah, we might have an object selected to focus on. We might have one of the objects selected. All right, and then we just track down, and there weren't very many places where we touched focus life. Yeah, it was just there. So now I have to put our model update in. So they called that focus point. Oops. And I could probably as this, but and we still don't have a time. View. So this was changing the background color of the entire row. Let's see, so detail was inside the button. We want this to include the button. So this could be an L. Oh, but it's life. Model dot focus location. Well, it changes the color. This is not full width, however, so it's kind of the wrong spot. Wait. You have to be width fill. It's got to go all the way up. There we go. Okay, we've got the highlight effect that's kind of covering it up, unfortunately, but I guess you want the... And those are using very different color schemes, aren't they? I might need a bigger space allocation when we get to times. But maybe you could do like the subtitle style thing. All right, so I've got most of the pieces here. Browse. Isn't it browse objects? Yeah, browse objects. Is this search objects? Okay, so that appears to be not a type of object list mode. matching objects. I guess there'd be something to say if there's a possibility of that being a thing. So technically, they should also have no focus object in that case. I guess you could flip back and forth between the tabs. Of course, I picked actual truck locations. But if I'm going to click on that to have something that's data, I actually have to have this. This could be dict.empty because I want a realistic result of nothing happening here. All right, so I guess I should really flip when the result. I could flip and have it show a loading. Select browse location, select matching object. So yeah, you were kind of something different. And we just went over what this was. Object list mode. Now it's kind of browse locations, isn't it? And this would set our focus object. Nope, that's a model thing again. And focus object equals just ID, so we have one now. Browse objects. Dict dot, is it insert? Insert. ID. Yes, for now. We should check to see if it's already loaded. Oh, you should be browse objects. That should be legal. It should show us a loading page. Yep. So this should be, we've got the fetch object search index. And we need a version of this. So fetch object search, do I have a name for this in the config? Log search index. This is be fetch object search. Fetch log object search, fetch object search index. Okay, and that was reusing that, so this would probably be be a helper function as well. Oh, parse object search index. Fetch. Okay, that's that objects. Fetch key object search. So an index URL. List URL. Server ID, date time. Object ID. And we're going to need a message, which is going to be very different. Yeah, you need to have a thing to do. I don't know if I have like a no-op message or anything. Key object search index received. Of course, we have to handle that. Key object search received. Server ID, data time. Oh, this is going to end up indexed by data time, isn't it? Maybe we'll just replace them as we go through. This is a data object search index. This is going to be a parse list of parse.key. And there's the error handling. Yeah, I had a feeling this might have been a little bit too big a project. So what was our update? There's the ID. Browse objects. I need to revisit my keys. Equals dict dot. This is going to be an insert because it's going to be overwrite. Insert ID. Failed error into model dot browse objects. On success, okay, so we had you, we started working on a function down here. Oh, these are not going to be the same data type, are they? So we can't necessarily use the helper function like this. I know, are you? Because they were both object search indexes. Can I make that variable? Well, result of HTTP error data.object search index. Maybe. String int. Int was, you're treating that as data time. I guess at this level it's basically an int. I know POSIX was the server time. So that was server ID, so this could still be object ID. String dot from int. Oh, I might not have the I'm not going to have the same parse function. So I guess what I really want to do is extract the URL here. And I overdid this because it should be list URL. Is it URL.URL? Your core. Type alias URL, so I guess so. So that's parameters. So we need code like this. But URL is fetch object search URL of list URL. Server ID, data time, and ID. All right, we kept this around because we needed the expect. So there are tagger. Server ID, data time ID. And parse object search. Parse key object search. Oh, you were already custom parser. Oh, I put this up. Fetch object search index. Oh, no, okay. This got below there. Result HTTP error string, result HTTP error, data object search index. This expects a list of, you know what, I should actually leave these namespaced. Yeah, it exposed them as ... so it's fine. Did I put the other parsers somewhere else? Parse up. Oh, whole data dot parse. Okay. Yes, parse. Run parse. Log key. Log value. Not log value. Key value. Bad body, dead ends to string. Can't find an ID type. I can totally agree with that. Where the heck are you getting that? Okay, so it's an object ID. The relative car produces a string. Okay. Sure. Model.browse objects is a dict object ID remote data list browse look. Oh, I need to do the type conversion. So we have things like my server. Browse location of a is a parse.key to a browse location key. So you're actually an object type, which in this case we expect to always be object. And since these are only doing these for single IDs, we actually don't care. And then when we parse object search parse key object search, result.map errors. This is going to be like a result.map. Well, result.map of list.map. It needs to be a parse.key and then call produce. Oh, that's the wrong operator. I was doing that into there. Parser.run. That gives you a result, and then throw the thing through map error. Well, oh, because I typed this, because this is what it was immediately parsing. Maybe I was doing this at the other end for other things. Or in the message handler. Received search. Key object search received. Okay, yep. Yeah, because it was data. I was considering that the equivalent of that. Huh. That was data.object search index. Because that wasn't similarly translated. Okay, we've not actually fired the message yet. Yeah. So when we do fetch object search, fetch key object search index. Oh, this is a require object search index. We might want to do something like this. For the has it already been fetched part. Yeah, your add update. Select matching object. That's key object search. Key search. Server ID, span data. I need to go through the span data to get the endpoint. Span data, server ID. We do different things in different situations. That updates the loading flag, which is something we're doing up above. Maybe .map to model.span data, selected server. Maybe with that with the default command none. Oh wait, you're going straight into the fetches. You're gonna need a int parameter though. Oh, yes. I guess refetching the index wouldn't be a problem for now. But now we have to deal with all of, this is not necessarily the span per se. We need the span end time, assuming we eventually include that in our indexing. I do include it in the fetch. So these come down to blah, blah, blah. You don't exist yet. So you don't become loading. We already had this. Oh, and it also did a differential update of which thing was loading, which, yeah, I probably need to do something with that. So we got our server ID, we got our span. Monolet span data, monolet selected server. Oh, but this is based on this is the lazy fetch. Is this a maybe map 2? But this is only if both are there. We still want to do something if it's not here. Because there's no like default value for a dict. Dict.get key ID in model.browse objects. And this is going to be a just, because it's a maybe. You know, this is going to be if nothing. I mean, or not requested. I don't think we ever insert not requested, though, which is why I considered that a kind of an error state. Because that can make further changes to the model. So it's not just sending a message. But that gets taken care of there. And we could set this up to look at focus object. And in fact, that could be a map 3. Object search index, was that? That one ended up used in a few places. Maybe not map 3. It compiles. Bad body. Expecting negative int, signed int. Well, this could just be a case we didn't test. Network. Oh, did I not change the URL? Because that's an index most recently. Fetch key object search. Oh, you took the URL? Yeah. Let's see, so this would just be a bad URL if we kind of did that in advance. Model.o. Have I not pulled these through yet? Yeah, okay. Uh... Oh, and then I probably pulled them into the model, huh? Yeah. From the magic config. Okay, we fetched it, and we still had a parse error. This is not even a very long file. All right, is this using the wrong parser? No, not you. Key value XY first. Well, this is going to be more of a does it parse than an exact answer. So I can't do a hard equal here. Equal, not equal, at most, greater than. True. In error would also have a field in it, unlike nothing. Does result have any kind of test message? Two, maybe. This would be expect.true. Is it bool or boolean? This is just an OK check. I might want to do something to look at the error message. It just is OK. Okay, it's bool. is a result to bool. True needs the first argument to... Oh, and then what the error is. True needs to... Oh, it has to actually have to... So we actually have to... Wait. We're piping... What are we piping into here? Well, the result. Expect that equal blah, 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 blah. With blah, 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 blah. Okay. The good news is that means we can go in here and we can do things like debug.log. Oh, it's back there. So this is in fact a error in our parser. I hope it's not an error in the data. Can you kindly run again, please? So that's the console is not doing very good here. Signed int, invalid negative. So column 2, column 1, row 2. Does that mean line 2? It's looking for a signed int, invalid int, negative. So value line uses variant positive dy chord, negative dy chord. All right, I actually kind of want you to shut up right now. Maybe it's because it's part of a new line sequence? Apparently I can't type either. Delivery. Okay. Invalid int. So why did it have no trouble with F, but it has trouble with E? Is it just the E? It's trying to interpret it as a floating point. Why is everything terrible? That much is probably going to be the same. Nope, maybe not. So number, well, if it parses any of these other formats, it parsed too many characters. So we have to rewrite number without being super generic about it. Weird trailing characters can succeed. Or ease. So dead ends, trailing digits. Well, we've already got some is-digit stuff in here. As we did leading letter. So we've got delta y encoded int, delta x, delta y. So we've got signed int. And an int. Now, int is probably still a basic enough thing that we should consider that anything in here is not going to have a trailing e. So we have a signed int, and we have a just an int. Okay, so this is going to look like a lot like an encoded. Yeah, you've got a lot of extra stuff going on. Get chomped string. Oh, actually, this might just be chomp while is digit. What is trailing digits? But this can succeed with a empty. This is a chomp while. Can we do an exact chomp? Say that we have to lead with a digit? Yeah, chomp if. And then I want this entire string. Oh, and then we do this to put them together. Oh, wait, I'm modifying the wrong thing. Yeah, trailing digits returns a string, so I don't want to use that directly. Uh, hmm. Where'd all these error messages come from then? Does chomp if return? Am I back in parser or parser.advanced? Parser.advanced. That you provide a problem in case character cannot be chomped. Chartable. All right, so then expecting int invalid. I don't really pay attention to those. I guess I could pass that down, but okay. So there are potentially some additional cases here. But I'm not providing useful differentiation in those two arguments. So oh, I'm not doing case sensitive search. Object ID. You are also just an int. Oop. Object count is just an int. You shouldn't have trailing characters, but all the same. It sounds like the default one is doing way the heck more work than it should be doing. Parser context string. Key value xy parser int. Why are you different? Parser context problem string. Well, then all of advanced, we define problem as string. Oh, because we're not mapping the result. This actually maps it. String to int. Assemble decoded int. Oh, so yeah, this actually takes parts. Maybe dot map. Succeed. We had a negative flag there. Maybe not map with problem. This doesn't have the parts. But it might be something like this. Because this is going to be basically succeed of this. Actually, just there is. Oh, I'm doing an and then. But we're doing basically tuple pair and then. Actually, so this as int. Well, this is probably the origin of those two different messages. Did it parse as an integer, and did the string.toInt throw up on it? Let's see, so we don't need to do the map. Well, I'm kind of fine with... I mean, this gives me some context, but really I should have in context. And here's going to be straight up to int, because we're going into a succeed. This is getting very much simpler. Actually, did we say that we could just start throwing stuff onto here? No argument. You have to do this. No, because this still get chomped string. So when does get chomped string? Oh, we've got the bidirectional. That's this, right? Okay, but now we're in parser land, not in succeed on integer land. The with default call produces... Oh, we're producing a problem. So this was an and then in parser land. But this thing is supposed to always succeed. This can fail. So I think and then was the operation, which is what the other thing was doing. You need an argument. No, still not happy. Yes, a multi-coded int. The with default produces maybe a parser? Right, this thing, so assemble. Oh, we were doing succeed and we lost that in the process. Right, because we did the negation, but it was also doing succeed. Okay, and that got an okay. And yay! Now it all just works. We could use some browse buttons. We need to do this for logs. But we got some bones in place now. I also need to add a count on this page. I had it in the other page. And maybe we need like some paging or something. I don't know. Oh, and what about server data time context? This might actually need to, well, this might need to go in span data. Fetch and display results. Fix parser bug. Fix bug in parser.int. All right, it is way past lunchtime. Let's see if anything's going on. That's what I am usually on. So yeah, it's going to run a little bit late. I guess they often do. What is Jai programming again? We just went there. ASP.NET. We've got bubble popping game. There's a map editor, probably for a game, but I mean, we're kind of doing map stuff. We're gonna look someplace cool to hang out. Is that Apostolic? Is working on a map editor for something. And that's someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye and until next time.